Good morning and welcome to 360 TV. My name is Jelani Beckles, and on behalf of the entire team, including Raheem, Nelson and Sachin Mohammed, it's a privilege to bring you this top of the table clash between UWI Mona and UWI Kayville. Just learned that the winner of this game will emerge with the cricket title at these UWI games. Both early peel there for an LBW seem to be sliding down the leg side. Yeah, the winner of both teams undefeated so far coming into this clash, so the winner will take home that trophy this afternoon. So all to play for here: Paul Miller and Hans Campbell, opening batsmen for Kayville. Mona won the toss and decided to bowl first. Of course, it's a T20 format being played at the UWI Games 2026. Anthony Dackers just flicked onto the leg side. So we had just a slightly 20 minutes delay to start. It was a bit of rain around earlier, but all seems quite clear now, so hopefully no more interruptions. Flicked away, so off the mark here, Mona. Come back for comfortable 2. Was both teams captained by players with a lot of experience playing at national youth level for their respective countries. Also Brian Barnes, the captain of Mona, a lot of experience playing for Jamaica in the national youth tournaments over the years, and of course recently started playing for the Jamaica senior team as well. And Antonio Morris, he also has a lot of experience playing for Barbados at the youth levels, on the 17 and the 19 and so on. So a lot of experience in terms of the captaincy for on both teams. This one called a wide. Mighty hit there by Miller. Did it go all the way? Yes, it did. So first boundary of the day comes off the bat of Paul Miller. It's a full pitch delivery and just clear that mid-wicket fence some ease. So 10 without loss now. Kayville asks the bat first in this match. Of course, 360 TV will have all the live coverage for you for the rest of these UWI games, which runs until Friday. Right now happening indoors at the UWI Spec netball happening. Of course, 10 sporting disciplines taking place at these UWI games. Javon, take a quick single here, Miller. Didn't pick it up cleanly. That was Michael Clark feeling at mid-off, so completed the single quite comfortably. Flicking this one, runs here, that'll be 4 more. It's expensive first over here by Dakas. UWI off the flying start here, they're 15 without loss. Yes, so if you're now joining us all to play for here, this matchup between UWI and UWI Mona. Mona, of course, in the red and white. Kayville in the black and yellow. Both teams undefeated so far. Trying to win this game, win out this game, wins the overall title. Cut away. That'll be 4 runs. What a start here by Kayville, led by Paul Miller. Another drive, that'll be 4 more. Another boundary, flying start here for Kayville. So there'll be another rain delay here with Kayville 23 without loss, so we'll ask you to stay tuned though. So we hope this is just a passing cloud and we'll be back with you shortly. UWI Games 2026. welcome back to 360 TV, the UWI Games 2026. We just had a short rain delay, just 5 minutes stoppage, so sun is back out, so let's hope. The match already started 20 minutes late because of some rain around the end. Just 1.3 overs into the match, we had another, just a 5-minute rain delay, so Keville is about to resume batting, 23 without loss. Decent start for Keville here, batting first in this decider. So first runs after the rain break. Paul Miller especially after a flying start here, just 18 off 9 deliveries. Miller. Campbell just facing one ball so far. Some push forward just onto the offside by Campbell. The 9 runs coming off the first over ball by Alex Sainz, and off his first over. And after 2 overs now, Keville asks the bat first, so decent start here for them, 24 without loss. Fast bowler Dackers to start his second over. It's expensive in his first over, conceding 15 runs, so whooped up bounce back here. This one down leg sider. An appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. Probably seemed to maybe brush the. Yeah, seemed the umpire signal that it brushed the. Yeah, brushed the thigh of Miller. So not out is the call, 24 without loss. Miller already with a couple boundaries, he's raced 18 off just 10. Just pushed onto the leg side this time, another single. So runs coming quite comfortably here for Keville. Of course, the winner will take home the trophy. Driven, well fielded, chance for run, good, well, yes, excellent running in between the wickets here by Campbell and Miller early on, really putting pressure on the Mona fielders. 27 without loss. Runs here for Cave Hill. Yeah, that'll be another 4. No, my apologies, I didn't realize there was a fielder position down there, so that's just a single. 29 would have lost the score. Just into over number 3, so going along at 10 runs and over here, Cave Hill. It's in the air, and he's all caught. Trying to drive that one, didn't get on top of it. It was not as full as he would have liked, Hans Campbell, and he just pushed that one, and backward point fielder took a comfortable catch. So 29 for 1 now, just the wicket that Mona would have needed. Cave Hill was going along quite comfortably. And Daka's after expensive start in that first over he bowled, he gets a breakthrough. Cave Hill batting first in this virtual final, because the winner of this match will go with the trophy, the 29 for 1. So the new batsman for Cave Hill, Akeem McCollin. Needed that breakthrough, Mona. Alex Hines to start his second over. This one driven down the ground. There's protection on the long on boundary, so just a single. That'll bring new batter McCollin to face his first delivery. Attempted drive, didn't get hold of it, but we'll go down to the mid-wicket boundary to get another single. Of course, these UWI games not possible without all the sponsors involved, including, as you see in the bottom of your screen there, Blue Waters, but also Gatorade, Nescafe, Guiltless Yogurt, Sunday Ice Cream, UTC, Flavorite, and Iceland, all supporting the UWI Games 2026. After this one's cut away, runs here, should go all the way, and it does. So 4 runs to McCollin, so he gets his first 4 of his innings. 26 for 1 now, Cave Hill. Yeah, of course, these UWI games returning after a 7-year hiatus. 7 years, of course, would not have helped because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, because of that break, a lot of UWI students would not have never got a chance to compete in the UWI games. Probably students who would have been enrolled between 2020 and 2026 didn't get 2025 didn't get a chance. This one is flicked away. Should be 4 runs here, and it will be. So despite the loss of that wicket, runs continue to flow here for Cave Hill, and after 4 overs, going along at 10 runs and over, the 40 for 1. So we're going to see the first bowling change of the match. Michael Clark. Has taken the ball from the southern end of the ground. He will be bowling to Miller, who's after decent start here. 22 or 14 deliveries. Miller. Driven down the ground. Decent power play here so far for the boys of the men from Caveville. Driven, this one struck down through the mid-wicket region. Tried to pull that one back in time, I'm not sure. Well, this fielder signal, I'm not sure if it went over the rope, if it touched the rope. To be honest, from my vantage point, I thought it rolled back and probably just hit the rope, but 3 runs given. Been tough for the umpires to see it from there. It's 43 for 1 now. Flicks away, should go all the way, and it does. So 4 more. To McCullin, so he's into double figures now. He's raced to 12 off 6 deliveries, 47 for 1. Yes, 47 for 1, Caveville. Not a bad full swap here for an LBW, and he's out. The dreaded finger is lifted, and McCullin has to go for 12. So Mona get another wicket here, second wicket in the power play. 47 for 2 now. This game very much in the balance here so far after the loss of that second wicket. Yeah, just having a look at the replay of that dismissal. Yeah, seemed to keep quite low. No problems in terms of the ball going over the stumps. The umpire judged that one was hitting the stump, so Michael Clark gets a wicket off his very first over. Antonio Morris makes his way to the crease. Very quality batsman, Antonio Morris, the captain of the Caveville team. Morris, of course, a former national youth player for Barbados over the years, so a lot will depend on him now. Of course, these UWI games, a long history. These games started way back in 1965. So driven, it's in the air, but it will clear the fence quite comfortably. That's 6 runs. Yeah, so Paul Miller, he's into his 30s now. 31 off 17 deliveries. Roisin Roach is the new bowler for Mona. So driven again, more runs here, that could be 6 more. Is it? Yes, it is. So back-to-back 6s here for Miller. Well, top batting here from the right-handed Cavehill batter. 59 for 2 now. Roach. So don't just flicked away, just lucky to get away with that one. Roach finding the field at backward square leg. That ball was struck timed quite well. If that was 5 yards either side of the field, there would have been another 4. Attempting another big shot there, but didn't get hold of it this time. Miller will bring Morris on strike to face his first delivery. Off the mark immediately, Morris, quick single. Just dropping short of Roach. Half a chance there. Was a difficult chance though, when very difficult after you follow through with your delivery to complete a catch like that. But that's the end of the power play, so still a bit of balanced start here to this game, taking 2 wickets so far, Mona, but moving along at more than 10 runs and over Cavehill. After 6 overs, score now 61 for 2. Michael Clark took a wicket off in his very first over, so he'll be search of another wicket here. 61 for 2 Cavehill. Arcs the bat first. This one a bouncer by Clark, so some aggression shown here. Turn a wide down the leg side. Have to bowl that one again, Clark. Turn a full toss in the air. It was in there for some time, but went to the right of the short extra cover fielder. The extra cover fielder there, that was Roshan Roach. Roach feeling there couldn't really didn't have much chance to get his hands on that one, Roach. Decent first over here for second over by Michael Clark. 3 runs coming off it so far. Another wide, despite not many runs coming off the bat. That's the second wide of the over. Both string down that leg side. So driven down the ground. Well, the stump stay 4 runs there for Mona. Mona also asks a question to the umpire if it came off the boot or the shoe of Clark. Of course, if it ricocheted off his shoe and it went on the stump, so Miller might have been heading back to the pavilion if he was short of his ground, but luckily for Miller, no, didn't come off the shoe of Clark, but gets a single this time. Morrison and a bad over ball by Clark. 5 runs coming off it at the end of 7 over 66 for 2. Kayfield. Roach to continue for Mona. Still a very even balanced game here between Mona and Kayfield. Choosing to bowl first after winning the toss, Mona. Roach continue to merge on flick, just flicked over his shoulder. It's in the air and he's out caught. So Mona get the dangerous Morris, the skipper of Kayfield, former National Youth cricketer of Barbados. Anthony Morris has to depart. Just having a look at the replay, just flick that one over his shoulder. And, well, to be honest, a very dangerous shot to play because there was a short fine leg in place and a comfortable catch. So Mona sort of in a good position here now. Mona as Kayfield slumped to 66-3. Just trying to confirm who took that catch. Here it was Corey Hines. It's had to run a few yards to his right to complete that catch. So they get the dangerous man Antonio Morris. That brings Javon Andrew comes to the crease. So Miller seeing a lot of wickets fall around him now. Miller has been there since the start, seeing 2 wickets fall already. Antonio Morris just losing his wicket, and before that it was Aki McCollin and Hans Campbell as well. So Miller really keeping things together here for Keeville. This one just left alone outside the off stump by Andrew. Yeah, certainly Mona with the edge now. This one play, and I'm just playing that one, trying to play that one on off the back foot, Andrew. I think Mona will be the more satisfied team at this stage. 3 wickets down already for Keeville, and starting to slow down just a bit here. That one is keeping a bit low. Of course, one of those wickets was that of the Keeville captain Antonio Morris. It's in shock. It's in the air. I'm not sure if Addy has enough of it, and is out. So another one goes, double wicket maiden here for Roshan Roach, and Andrew has to return to pavilion for a duck. Mona Lajan in charge here now, led by Roshan Roach. Double wicket maiden. Keeville now 66 for 4. Yeah, so great passage of play here for Mona. 2 wickets in that last over by Roshan Roach. Got the wickets of Antonio Morris and Javon Andrew. So Paul Miller just holding things together at the middle now for Keeville. He's on 39. He's batted well, Miller, but needs someone to stick around with him now. 66 for 4 Keeville after 8 overs, so losing a couple quick wickets here, Keeville. Miller will have strike for the start of this 9th over. This one a wide single, so Stephen Wedderburn is the new bowler. Some punch down the ground. Was in the air for some time, but lands well short of those. That feeler on long off boundary. Was UWI Mona has dominated the UWI game since it began in the 1960s. By far the most titles of all the participating teams. Of course, this year they FaceTime 5 islands out of Antigua. First time they are competing. So just kept a bit lower from Wedderburn. Clark gets off the mark with 2 runs on the leg side. Seventy for 4, Cavill. There was a lot of action taking place today at the U Games. Of course, right next to the outdoor facility here at USpec, the indoor facility at USpec at the St. Augustine campus has table tennis, netball and volleyball all carded for today. Basketball as well. After 9 overs, Cavill's now 71 for 4. Yeah, with the loss of those 2 or 3 quick wickets, Cavill slowing down in progress here now. That run rate was around 10 runs and over after 5-6 overs, but they're down below 8 runs and over now, Cavill. And just push down the ground, we'll get a single. Miller's into the 40s now. He's on 40 off just 25 deliveries. So struck down the ground. It's in there. Not sure if it has enough on it. A fielder circles on it and takes the catch. So they get the dangerous batsman Paul Miller. He was holding things together here, Miller. And Cavill sink into even further trouble now. They're 72 for 5, and with the fall of that wicket, we'll take a short drinks break with Mona certainly in charge of this match now. So welcome back. We've resumed play here at the USpec. 72 for 5, Cave Hill. Need a partnership here now. Two new batsmen at the crease, Preston Clark and Isaiah Folks. Roshan Roach has been the chief destroyer so far for Mona, taking 3. He has 3 for 17, and that will bring his third over to a close. So excellent day at the office so far for Roach. 10 overs in the bag now. Cave Hill trying to claw themselves back into this match. 74 for 5. At the halfway stage, almost certain Mona will be the happier teams at this time. Wedderburn to start his second over. Cutaway runs here. Yeah, pick the gap there beautifully. Work here to do for the fielder. Yeah, use good footwork. Not the best running. Should have been. Yeah, well, actually, I thought it took 1. It was 2, so comfortable 2 in the end. Yeah, that was Corey Hines doing the fielding. Wasn't picked up cleanly there by Mona. At that field had extra cover. And that was Roach. What a day it has been for Roshan Roach. 3 wickets for him. Really leading the way here for UWI Mona in this decider. Of course, both teams winning all their games coming into this match. So undefeated so far. So the winner of this match will lift the title. A lot of buzz around the UWI St. Augustine campus. A lot of people passing close to the commentary booth and asking scores and so on. So good to see those students taking part in other sports, interested in how their teammates are doing in other sports as well. Of course, the UWI games back after 7 years, 7-year break. That hiatus was largely due because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Roshan Roach will start his fourth and final over. What an outing so far for the off spinner. This one just struck down the ground for a single. Mona win mine singles at this stage of the innings, right into the second half of the innings. Projected score just 143 now. So on a play and a miss, just bouncing over the stumps, and it gets by the keeper as well. It should be signaled byes. Yeah, it is. So byes. So flicked away, it was in the air for some time, but landed safely to the right of. Yeah, that was Chadwick Wallace, feeling at short mid wicket position. Couldn't get any hands on that one. This one well driven. Runs here for, and that will be 4 runs. It's welcome boundary here for Cahill. Twelve overs completed now. Cahill 88 for 5, batting first. So Chadwick Wallace joins the attack. Sorry. Let's punch along the ground to him. Slog sweep attempted there by Preston Clark, but didn't get any bats on it. Yeah, so four dot deliveries to start this over. Wallace keeping things tight here. Projected score now down to 139. Then going at less than 7 runs and over now. Another dot delivery. What a start to this spell by Wallace. Keeping Cahill pair of Clark and Folks quiet. Driven, another dot ball, so maiden. Very rare to see maidens in T20 cricket, but that one you saw it this time by Wallace, so a bit of pressure here building on Cahill after 13 overs, batting first in this deciding match. As for the winner of this game will walk away with the men's cricket title. Cahill now 88 for 5. Alex Hines will start his third over. No wickets yet for Hines. He teed for 5, Cahill. A few dark clouds around again. Just going to have a look at the sky here. Not sure if we're in any threat of rain right now. Slock Super 10 appeal for an LBW, just half-hearted appeal, not out, says the umpire. Yeah, batter down, so seems to be holding his head. That's Isaiah Folks on the ground. Umpire giving him some assistance. Well, it seems to be a bit of cramp. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to have a short injury break here. We'll be right back. Yeah, my apologies. That was actually Preston Clark. Just getting some assistance there by the umpire. Yeah, Sun out again now. No. Struggling. Batting a bit on the slow side here, Clark. Just 8 off 18 deliveries. He'll hope to improve on that strike rate as is. If he stays at the crease, this one up another play and a miss outside that off stump. Yeah, of course, we continue. Hope we have no more rain delays in this match. Still a few clouds around. Just punched down the ground, another dot delivery. So Another quiet over here for Caveville. Just one run off that over. Caveville batting first, being sent in the bat first by UWI Mona, 89 for 5. So just 6 overs left here in the Caveville innings. If they continue at this rate, they will fall short of that 140 run mark. It's going along now at 6.35 runs and over. Yeah, that projected score 127, so if they could get 10 runs and over for the remaining overs, could still get to 150. $90 for 5. Wallace has started his. He's into the second over now. Attempting to flick that one over his shoulder, but couldn't get any bat on it. So driven. That's a good shot. That goes to the boundary for 4. Yeah, so he needed that one. Preston Clark, he was struggling to get going in the last few overs. But he gets 4 on this occasion. Clears the infield. Just taking a couple steps down the wicket as well. 94 for 5 now. Clark finally gets into double figures. He's on 12 now. So now that he gets on more runs here for Clark. Well, a bobble in the outfield by his namesake Michael Clark, so they get 2 quite comfortably. 96 for 5, so not a bad over here for Caveville. 7 runs coming off it, just still a delivery to go. So struck away, runs here, they'll get at least 1. They'll have to settle for 1, so 8 runs coming off that second over, bowled by Wallace. 97 for 5. Just 5 overs left in this Caveville innings. 10 runs and over will get him to 147. Should be a competitive score, but still think at this stage Mona will hope to continue taking wickets here. Decent partnership developing here now between Folks and Clark. Folks has done well to keep the scoreboard ticking. He's a run of ball 13. Two more to the total. That too will also bring up the 100 for Cave Hill. 101 for 5. Fairly economical so far, Hines, but no wickets to his name just yet. He will try to change that in his fourth and final over. So instructors runs here for will work here to do for Michael Clark. Absolutely brilliant fielding there by Clark. Yeah, well, the umpire was trying to signal to Michael Clark if he did stop it, but so brilliant effort there by Clark on the boundary. Michael Clark. Brilliant footwork by him. He's going to struck in there this time. Chance for wicket, and it's a brilliant catch by Clark. So what a performance by Michael Clark in the field in this over. He saved a couple runs the previous delivery and now takes a great diving catch forward, fielding at long on. He had some work to do, had to run about 10 yards in and then put in a dive to complete that catch. So they break the partnership. Mona. Here Preston Clark was struggling a bit there in the middle to get going. He has to go now. Damani Roach will be the new batsman for Cave Hill. Cave Hill now 103 for 6. Yeah, so Hines getting a wicket in his final over of his spell. Yeah, so wicket taken over there for Hines. Mona still has, I believe, still has the edge here in this match as Cave Hill being sent into bat first. 103 for 6, just 4 overs remaining. See the summary scores there. Roshan Roach, the top bowler so far, taking 3 wickets in his 4 overs. Spectacular fielding effort by Michael Clark in that previous over. Saved 2 runs quite brilliantly with using his boot, his foot to save 2 runs on the boundary, on the mid-wicket boundary, and then taking a great two-handed diving catch forward. That's some work to do running in from long on. Attempted slog sweep there. Starts with the dot delivery. Wallace has started his 3rd over. Has made life difficult Wallace for Caveville batsman just is conceding 8 runs so far, Wallace, and he's already into his third over. Struck down the ground. Should just be a single. Slight bobble by the fielder, but just 4 overs, just 3.5 overs left in this innings. Our projected score 127. Mona certainly, I'm sure, will like the chances of getting to that target of 128, but of course Caveville hoping for a late flourish here to their innings. Lost wickets regularly throughout, which has sort of halted their progress. This one down the leg side. Not really halted, but more making this innings not very fluent, those wickets. Pushed onto the offside, another single. They wouldn't mind singles, I'm sure, at this stage, Mona. Caveville, they need boundaries to really push the score up to maybe 135, 140. One was 7 for 6. Struck away, runs here for Caveville. Just a single though. Another fairly tight over bowl here by Wallace. No boundaries yet in this over, just one delivery to go. Another single will end this over, so just 6 runs coming off that Wallace over, so Caveville struggling to find a second gear here. There, 109 for 6. Wedderburn will start his third over now, looking for a late strong finish here. Caveville, 2 runs to start this 18th over. 1-1-1 for 6 now. Driven firmly. Some work here to do for Michael Clark, but as he has been for most of this, and an excellent throw as well. What a feeler what a feeler he is, Michael Clark. Has been up to this task every time he's been called upon. Clark, an excellent, showing a strong arm there, but couldn't get the run out, but putting some pressure on the batsman there to get back to his mark. That was Folks. Folks on 20 now. Would have liked probably those 20 runs to come a bit quicker. Attempted cut shot. Didn't get any bat on that one. So keeping the boundaries to a minimum here, Mona. Just a single again, so scoring most of their runs in singles and twos. Cahill. That'll actually bring the 18th over to a close now, so just 2 overs left. May fall well short of the 150 run mark now. 10 runs and over from here will give them 134. 12 runs will give them 138. I struggle to build partnerships during this innings, Cahill. Well, when Mona takes their chance to turn at the crease, all eyes will be on Brian Barnes, the Mona captain. He's a very, very destructive batsman once he gets going, Barnes. Cahill will certainly want to dismiss him very early if he bats. Expected to probably bat at 3 or 4 in the batting lineup. Barnes. He'll chuck down the ground. Runs here for. Will it go all the way? It does. Just clears the fence. So 6 runs. A welcome boundary there for Cahill. Just what they needed. Yeah, that was Folks. Just clearing the long on fence. Thought he had a chance at one time. That was number 28 on the boundary. I think that's Dackers. Yeah, Anthony Dackers. Opened the bowling earlier for Mona, but well, if Dackers can get it, Dackers is way over 6 feet tall. If Dackers can get it, I don't think any Mona fielder could have gotten their hands on that one. Even Karen Pollard, the former West Indies T20 captain, and in his prime years, I'm not sure if he would have probably been out of his reach as well. So 121 for 6. There's 9 deliveries left in this innings. Some punch down the ground, just be a single. Dackers has been quite busy on the long on and long off boundaries. pulled away. Does it have enough on it? It doesn't, so he's out caught. And guess who? Michael Clark. What a performance by Michael Clark in the field. Stopped quite a few runs in the field and has taken yet another catch. At least his second catch of the day. If I'm not, second catch of this innings. And Folks, who was trying to go into another gear there, has to, again, whenever they start building a slight small recovery, they lose another wicket, Cavill. So 122 for 7 now, just 7 deliveries to go. So Wallace to bowl it last over of his. Yeah, that'll be the last action for Wallace, at least with the ball in hand this afternoon. He ends with decent figures of 1 for 22 in his 4. Just 1 over left now. Cavill, I think, will fall a bit short of what they would have liked to post. 122 for 7, just 6 balls to go in this innings. Calvin Marcus has made his way to the crease now after the loss of Folks. To need at least 18 runs in this over to get to 140, but maybe a tough ask with the tail enders at the crease now, but they certainly will give a valiant effort here. Roach and Marcus. Wedderburn will have the responsibility of bowling this final over. Has been very economical, no, not among the wickets this morning, Wedderburn, but just conceding 16 runs in 3 overs, so going at less than 6 runs and over. The off spinner. This one is pulled away. Don't think it has enough on it. And, well, his only error in the field probably all day, Michael Clark, he couldn't get his hands on that one. It was a difficult chance. Yeah, just couldn't hold on, Clark. Saw him take a similar catch diving forward earlier, but couldn't hold on this time. The batsman complete 2 runs. This one again pulled down the ground. Well, this one will land well short of the fielder at long off. That was Hines doing the fielding at, running in from the long off boundary. So just 4 deliveries to go, 125 for 7. Batting first in this deciding match. It's a league match, but because both Mona and Cavill they've both won all their matches in this tournament, the winner of this match will be crowned champions. So a short ball cut away, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, that was Barnes doing the fielding. This one slapped in the air. Barnes tries to get a catch this one. He does. Had some work to do there, Barnes, but catching the fielding has been quite good today, and Wedderburn gets a wicket in his final over. And another wicket goes. Cahill now. They slip to 125 for 8. So Rondre Yearwood comes to the crease just to face a couple of deliveries here. For the most, he may fall short of even 130 here. Cahill really struggled to build partnerships throughout this innings here. Cahill. What would have helped that is for the Mona campers that they got the dangerous Antonio Morris Sheepley, the Cahill captain, of former national youth cricketer for Barbados. Kanye would get a boundary or two here to end this innings. Well, he pulled away, but just get a single. So not the finish that Cahill would have liked in these last few overs. Runs have been very tough to come by. 126 for 8, just one delivery to go. So struck it, was skies up that one in the air. Will land short of Hines. A chance for a run out. Just gets back in time. Well, they're going to run a third, but they will trying to sneak a third run. They get the run out, so just 2 runs off that final delivery, and Cahill will end with a score of 1. Yeah, it will be 128 for 8. So we'll, of course, that innings well led by spin bowler Roach. Yeah, just taking a replay of this, the run out. Yeah, it was a suicide run, really. Yeah, of course, Roshan Roach taking 3 wickets to lead the way for UWI Mona. So we're going to have a short 10-15 minute break. So we ask you to stay tuned to 360 TV. UWI Games 2026. We're live at the USPEC. UWI Mona versus UWI Cahill. So welcome back to 360 TV, UE Games 2026. Cahill batted first and scored 128 for 9. Doing the bulk of the damage was Roshan Roach. He took 3 wickets for Mona, so Mona, I'm sure, will fancy the chances in chasing down 129 for victory. Well, I mentioned earlier I thought that Brian Barnes might have batted at number 3 or 4, but seems he's opening the batting for Mona. He's a very dangerous batsman, Brian Barnes, so they'll hope to find him. They'll hope to get him very early here, Cahill. If he gets going, it'll be all over for Cahill. Defending a small total here. Of course, the winner of this match will wrap up the cricket title here in the men's cricket segment. So we're on the way off. We're off and running. This one a short delivery. Just slashing at that one outside the off stump, but didn't get any bat on it. Barnes is the non-striker to start this over. Virgo is the man on strike now. Opening the bowling for Cahill is Romario Paris. Off the mark here immediately. This is a quick outfield here at the UE spec, so that'll be 4 runs to Virgo, and off and running here Mona, 4 without loss now. Very long run up here by Mario Paris. He's the left arm piece of this one just stayed down to backward point position. 2 more to the total. Lost wickets regularly in there and trying to post a total earlier. Cahill innings never really got into a flow really. One beats a short third man fielder, so that'll run away to another boundary. So 2 4s in this first over so far. Just not sure if it was signal. Yeah, leg by signal. So quick start here for Mona. Of course, earlier we saw, we also saw a quick start by Cahill, but from as early as the second or third over, they started to lose wickets and they lost them regularly throughout. This one again just stayed down to backward point. Not facing any deliveries just yet. Brian Barnes, he'll finally get his chance now. Paris into Barnes. So struck down the ground. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Brian Barnes is a very dangerous batsman, and he shows his intent immediately. Flying start here for Mona. 17 without loss. Trying to get to 129 for victory. Yeah, so quick start here for Mona. Barnes hitting a 6 off his very first ball. This one struck away just over the infield. May run away to the boundary for 4. It does, but not where he intended it to go. Barnes, he was trying to hit that one down the ground. Maybe, yeah, trying to hit that one. Yeah, trying to hit that one down to long on, but just getting a thick outside edge and flew over the head of point and ran away to the boundary for 4. So Barnes quickly on to 10 off 2 deliveries. If he bats at least 7 or 8 overs, this will be a game may slip away from them, and that's another shot down to the boundary for 4. What a start for Mona, trying to get to 129 for victory. Yeah, of course, Brian Barnes has already played for the Jamaica senior team, represented them in the regional 4-day tournament. .25 without loss, Mona. My apologies, those 2 boundaries scored early in the over was off the bat of Virgo, so my apologies. Another boundary to Mona, that's 29 without loss now. Runs coming quickly here for the 2 left-handers at the moment. Yeah, poor fielding there by the mid-off fielder. That was, yeah, looks like Romario. Was it Romario Paris? No, it wasn't. It was Damani Roach with the misfield there. So Triffin, another tick outside edge. Again, not where he intended it to go, Virgo, but gets the intended result. So 4 fours in fact in a row to start this over. They've reached a 33 without loss. What a start here for Mona. Well, if these 2 continue at this rate, this match may be finishing about 10 overs. Need a breakthrough desperately already. Cave Hill. Preston Clark. Expensive first over ball by him. So rare forward defensive shot on this occasion. So 2 dot deliveries to end over for Clark, but the damage already done. 16 runs coming off that over. Mona. Quick start here for them. They're well on course already. They're 33 without loss after 2 overs. So what a start it has been for Mona, trying to get to 129 for victory. Going along at more than 16 runs and over already. So you've already seen a bowling change for Cave Hill. Big swing but misses on this occasion. Barnes just facing, just a second delivery face. Barnes, he's been just sort of a bystander on the non-strikers end so far. Yeah, Calvin Marcus is the new bowler for Cave Hill. Desperately need a wicket here already. Cave Hill, of course, they're just defending, trying to defend 128. Mona already 33 without loss. Well fielded by the short, by the backward point fielder. Can't stop the single though. We'll bring Fugo back on strike. Clear skies now after we saw a couple rain delays earlier. Well, of course the match started 20 minutes late because of some rain prior to the start of the match, and then just over and a half into Cave Hill innings, we saw another rain delay. Looking for a single there. Vugo, but Barnes wasn't interested. So that's the one single so far in this over. Played away on this quick outfield here. Dewey Speck and now will run away to the boundary for another 4. So flying start here for Mona. .38 without loss now. Yeah, well, during these power play overs, once these batsmen time the ball pretty well, it will find a boundary with just 2 fielders on at the on the boundary during this power play, and with such a quick outfield and not the biggest, largest ground in the world here at the UWI Spec, it will find a fence more than likely. 27 or 14 deliveries, Virgo. 38 without loss. Barnes on 7 or 3 deliveries. So on a bouncer called a wide. Score is already 40 without loss. I'll bring the third over to a close, and UWI Mona well in charge of this contest now. They're 40 without loss, trying to get to 129. The Damani Roach has come into the attack. Moving along quickly here at more than 13 runs and over. Mona well on course here to get to that target here. That required run rate less than a runner ball. Just a little over 5 runs and over required from this stage. Need a wicket here. Cavill, this one cut away. Was in the air for some time, but will land safely, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. So 44 without loss now. It's on a play and a miss by Virgo. Just excellent ball on that occasion by Roach. Beat him outside that off stump. So again, more runs here for that'll be another boundary. Runs continuing to flow here for Mona. They've raced to 48 without loss. What a start for Mona, trying to get to 129 for victory. Winner take all match here. Winner will be crowned men's cricket champions of the UWI Games. So driven away, it just gets the outside edge, so unlucky there for Cavehill, and he'll run away down to fine leg. Desperately in need of a wicket now, Cavehill. Trying to defend 128. I've said this story a couple of times on my broadcasts before, just UWI Games with almost 50,000 students around the region now. Of course, the main campuses being the UWI Mona in Jamaica, UWI Cavehill in Barbados, and of course the host team of these UWI Games 2026 in Augustine, but they also are campuses in Five Islands, Antigua, and of course the global campus is an online option for students. UWI started in 1948 with just, believe it or not, there's 33 medical students at the UWI Mona. So 4 overs in the bag now. UWI Mona cruising here at 49 without loss. At this stage, you will come away with an easy victory here. 49 without loss. All to do here now for Cavehill. They really need something special here to get themselves back into this match. This one down the leg side, so that wide will also bring up the 54 Mona just in the 5th over. Pushing that one onto the offside. Haven't seen many dot deliveries so far in this innings. Less than 5 runs and over required. Calvin Marcus trying to get a breakthrough here for Cavehill. They need one very soon. This one cut away, is in the air for some time, but to add insult to injury, it landed short of the field, and also the bong seemed to spin away from him, and it goes to the boundary for 4. So things going from bad to worse here for Cavehill. Yeah, just many times when it comes off the edge like that, it has some spin on it, and didn't pick up that one, the fielder. That was the number 12 for Cave Hill, Damani Roach. So tough going there for Roach in the outfield. 55 without loss. Bonks on this occasion called a wide. Just game slipping away from Cave Hill. Almost halfway to the target already, and still all 10 wickets in hand for Mona. Dominant performance so far by them. Still 8 deliveries left in the power play, so it could still add quite a few more boundaries here. Son attempted to cut that one, as it was a little bounce, a little more than he would have liked, Virgo, but fortunately for him, he didn't get any bat on it, because the keeper would have been celebrating that wicket. He's standing a fair distance back. Again, a good bounce on this occasion, but well played in the end. Just goes down to third man for another single, and at the end of 5 overs, Mona cruising here, 57 without loss. Yeah, so need 1 or 2 special overs here. Cave Hill to find a way back into this match. Absolutely flying start here for UWI Mona. Damani Roach will start another over. Absolutely a perfect power play here for driving at that one. Virgo. Barnes only facing 5 deliveries so far, really. Not getting the opportunity to face many deliveries early on, the Mona captain. I'm almost certain Barnes wouldn't mind whatsoever, because Virgo has been batting exceptionally well on the other end. So on another play and a miss, but gets by the keeper, so they'll get a bye. Of course, action continues tomorrow at the U Games. Track and field segment will be held at the Hazy Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain. For those tuning in from outside of Trinidad, that's just about 20-25 minutes or so from the UE St. Augustine campus. Struck down the ground. Does it have enough in it to clear the boundary? No, well, it didn't, but a misfield on the boundary gives Barnes his second boundary. Hit a six off his very first ball earlier, Brad Barnes, but this one wasn't perfectly timed and it landed short of the boundary. There was a chance to stop that one, but a misfield course gave a couple runs, so 62 without loss now. Still going along at more than 10 runs and over here, Mona. Now just 67 runs away from victory. Last delivery left. There's one delivery left in the 6-over power play. Play has resumed after just a short break. Not sure what the delay was about. Barnes gets another single. So I'll bring the power play to a close, and what a start it has been for UE Mona. Well on course here to get to 129 because they're 63 without loss after just 6 overs. See the summarized bowling figures there. No wickets just yet for Cahill. Gonna have another bowling change. He's gonna see some bit of spin now. Yeah, Yearwood will has the ball in hand now. Desperate for a wicket now. Cahill trying to get themselves back into this match. Left arm spinner. This one struck down the ground. That'll be 6 runs. Barnes, what a hit. What a clean hit by him. His third boundary of the innings. Second four and to go along with a 6 hit earlier. He's on to 18 now off 9 deliveries. 69 without loss. Tough game so far here for Cave Hill. Don't cut away, they'll think of one. Barnes 1-2, and he loses his footing and his bat in the process, and he's run out. So totally against the run of play, as they say in football. Well, yeah, slipping and yeah, left in no man's land there, Barnes, and get a breakthrough finally, Cave Hill. Mona now in the 7th over there, 70 for 1. Yes, so finally getting a breakthrough there, Cave Hill. Brian Barnes. The man run out for 19. Fall of that wicket brings Justin Beckford to the crease. Have to continue taking wickets here, Cave Hill. Still just 56 runs away from victory, and a required run rate less than 5 runs and over. It's actually just around a little over 4.2, so just want an overthrow given away. Can't afford to give away any extras here. Cave Hill defending a small total, trying to defend 128. Trying to cut that one away, Beckford, but finds a fielder, so finally a wicket for Cave Hill in that over. Mona still in charge of this match after 7 overs there, 75 for 1. The 8th over has just begun. A chance for another run out here. just gets back to his crease. Beckford, we just saw a run out in the last over of Brian Barnes. Now another mix up there between the Mona batsmen. So cut away and another one goes. So Cavehill fighting back here a bit. They've taken both openers now as Virgo has to go for 43. And just like that, Mona now 75 for 2. Yeah, needed those 2 quick wickets. Cavehill. So after cruising along, Mona, they've stumbled just a bit in the last 2 overs. I was on tell you, I'm sure let them fill up. Yeah, so 2 quick wickets falling there. First batsman Barnes was run out, and then Preston Clark getting the wicket of Virgo for 43. Need to keep taking wickets though, Cavehill. Stephen Wedderburn, the new batsman for Mona. No runs off this over just yet by bowled by Clark. Another dot delivery. So wicket maiden there for Preston Clark. Decent passage of play here for Cavehill, but still with a lot of work to do here as you are trying to get to 129. They're 75 for 2. Cavehill not ready to hand Mona this title just yet. They're trying to fight back here. This one is cut away. Chance for another wicket, and that's 3 wickets now. So 3 wickets falling in the space of just 5 runs or so. They were 70 without loss. Just 2 overs ago and another wicket goes. Bit of chat between the 2 players of both teams. Yeah, try to hit that one down into the long on mid-wicket region, but could only get a thick outside edge and sky that one. Yeah, so Beckford, his stay at the crease is a short one. Three quick wickets here for Cave Hill, and they're fighting back in this match. That was Yearwood getting the wicket. Yeah, with just a required run rate of 4.5 runs and over, Cave Hill may have to pull out the Mona team, because very comfortable run chase if in terms of the required run rate, just 4.5 runs, so have to keep taking wickets here, Cave Hill. Northover is the new batsman, so 2 new batsmen at the crease, both not yet off the mark. Short delivery. Surprised him with the bonks, not over, but he played it well in the end. Yeah, better. Umpire has to step in here, because both the non-striker, Wedderburn, and yeah, we're just exchanging a few words there. Chance for a run out. Comes off the body of Northover. Good fight back here by Cave Hill. Of course, a lot of work still to do. .76 for 3, Mona. This one wide down the leg side. Still with the edge here, Mona. It's just less than 5 runs and over required, and still 7 wickets in hand, but certainly Cave Hill doing a solid job in trying to claw themselves back into this match, because they were 70 without loss at one stage, Mona. So I'm pushing it forward at this one. Again, a chance for another run out. Had to put in the dive there. Yeah, that was not over, having to put in a big dive to ensure he got back to his crease. So feeling some pressure building here now on Mona. A lot of miscommunication between the batters, and bit of nerves out there now. Single now to Northover. I'll bring the 9th over to a close, and at the end of it, Cave Hill battling back a bit here. But Mona still in front. They still fancy the chance, of course, still 7 wickets in hand. Just Less than 50 runs required for victory. Yeah, exactly 50 required. Antonio Morris, the Keyville captain, has taken a ball to try to get another wicket here for his team. This one just played on the back foot by Northover. 79 for 3. This one shock trade back to Morris. Really solid last 2-3 overs for Keyville team. Another dot delivery. Dot deliveries may not help them. It will build some pressure, but it won't help them that much. Keyville, they need really to take wickets. The fours that required run rate still less than 5 runs and over. Single taken. Push down the ground, another single. Another single will bring the 10th over to a close, and at the end of this over we'll have a short break for drinks with Mona still with the advantage here. They are 82 for 3, trying to get to 129 for victory. Yes, welcome back to 360 TV. Live coverage of the UWI Games 2026. UWI Mona versus UWI Caveville in this clash. UWI Mona trying to get to 129 for victory there. Still in a fairly comfortable position at 82 for 3 after 10 overs. And it's been and that's another wicket. So continue to fight back into this match. I just said that they're still in a fairly comfortable position, UWI Mona. But they've lost their 4th wicket in the space of just 12 runs or so. So falling away here. Mona trying to get to 129. They're 82 for 4 now. What a response by Caveville. They're right back into this game now. Good caught and bowl catch. Good caught and bowl snapped up there by Yearwood. Had to dive to his left. So it was going to his stronger side and he held on quite well. So what was an absolutely easy chase, what looked like an easy chase just a few overs ago, is now turned around quite quickly. Led by 2 wickets from Yearwood. Corey Hines is the new batsman. Other left-handers in this. Quite a few left-handers in the batting lineup of Mona. Cut away. All to play for here now. What a response it has been by the players from Caveville. The dot delivery, so yeah, if that required run rate reaches around 8 runs and over required with maybe just 3 or 4 wickets in hand, they will certainly feel the pressure, Mona. Another dot delivery. That'll bring the over to a close. A wicket made in there for Yearwood. UWI Mona trying to get to 129 or 82 for 4. Antonio Morris will start his second over. Play and a miss by new batsman Hines. Gets through his overs quite quickly, Morris. This one cut away, runs on this occasion for. Yeah, that'll break the shackles a bit there. That's 4 runs. 4 runs, 2 Hines. Gets off the mark with a boundary. Just a slight error on your screen. That those runs were given to Wedderburn, but it's Hines on strike. Another decent over there, bowled by Cavill. Just 4 runs coming off it after 12. Mona 86 for 4. .43 runs away from victory now. Still less than a run ball required here for Mona. So certainly need to keep taking wickets here. Cavill done a good job of that in the last few overs. That opening partnership between Barnes and Virgo was worth 70 runs, but they've taken 4 quick wickets here, Cavill. 87 for 4 now with the score. Play and a miss by Wedderburn. Has been on the crease for quite some time. Lost a couple partners already. Just on 6 of 12 deliveries. Both teams clearly know the importance of this win. Winner will wrap up the title. It's been a bit of banter between both teams. Seeing Wedderburn especially having a bit of a chat with some of one occasion the umpire had to step in earlier. Yeah, because Wedderburn and a couple of the other players were having some exchanging a few words with the Cavill players. Umpires had to try to settle things down a bit. So cut away, but can't prevent the single. Take the score up to 90 for 4 now. Has made scoring very tough, Anthony Morris. Cut away, diving effort there. Seem to get a couple hands on that one. Two more to the total. Another quick single. Spear batting quite smartly here so far, Hines and Wedderburn. Just trying to rotate the strike, pick up those singles and twos. Need to keep taking wickets here, Cahill. That's 36 runs away from victory, Mona. So attempt a sweep shot, then can any bat on that one? I'll bring the 14th over to a close, and at the end of it, Mona still with the edge here at 93 for 4. Preston Clark starts his fourth and final over. It's exactly 6 runs and over needed now. Yeah, I just feel as though if Cahill could take a couple more wickets soon, and that required run rate reaches maybe 7.5, 8 runs and over. With tail enders coming out, it may get a little, this chase may get a bit tricky for Mona. Driven. There's protection there on the cover boundary. Struck on the leg side. Partnership moving along nicely now. 97 for 4. Just kept a bit low on that occasion by Clark. So ends it with a dot delivery. But they need Need a couple wickets here soon. Cave Hill. After 15 overs, Mona trying to get to 129 for victory and 97 for 4. So 32 runs needed and 30 balls for Mona. Quick single. Gets home Hines. She runs flowing quite comfortably now. Again, that single brings up the 100 for Mona. So just 29 runs away from getting to this victory target. 29 runs needed and 26 balls. Need to break this partnership now. So one cut away over there and they get another wicket. So I just said they need to find another wicket here, Cave Hill, and they do just that. This match not over. Huey Mona now 100 for 5. Yeah, so Cave Hill right in this match now. Mona absolutely cruising. Just a short while ago, they were 70 without loss. Mona now 100 for 5, trying to get to 129. So pushed down the ground, so off the mark immediately. Michael Clark, of course, had a really strong performance in the field earlier. so all to play for here still. Required run rate now 7 runs and over. Just feel as though one good over, one great over for either team here will certainly put the match in their favour. Maybe an over with 12-13 runs will put Mona firmly in control of this run chase. But on the other hand, maybe 2 wickets and an over, Cavell will certainly think they're in a great chance to come away with this victory. Yeah, would have started his 4th and final over. 102 for 5. Just the one wide off this over so far, followed by 3 dot deliveries. So a bit of pressure probably building on Mona. That 27 needed now off 21 deliveries. So Cutaway finally runs off the bat. Haven't seen a boundary struck in quite some time. All to play for here still. Away runs here for may run away to the boundary for 4. It does, so a welcome boundary for UWI Mona. It was a bit of slow period there for the team from Jamaica, the Mona campus, but they get a boundary now, and that should ease some of the pressure on this batting pair. All of a sudden the equation looks a little easier now. 22 needed off 19 deliveries. So keen battle, maybe in for a close finish here. 107 for 5 Mona. 22 needed and 18 deliveries. Hula over here, cut away, that will be 4 runs. Sweetly timed that one. And Michael Clark gets his first 4 of his innings. Exactly a runner ball needed now. Actually, no, sorry, 18 off 17 deliveries, so starting to get this equation getting a bit more comfortable now for Mona. Still 5 wickets in hand, so need a couple of wickets here, Cavell. Trying to play on a miss by Clark. No. This one, yeah, certainly will be called a no ball. Full toss way over wayside. So free hit coming here for Mona. So Wedderburn will try to capitalize on this opportunity. 16 needed of 16 balls. So free hit here for Burn. This one struck away. Will be taken, but of course it's a free hit, so not a bad outcome for Cavell. Just a single of that free hit. Failed to put that one away, Wedderburn. 15 needed, 15 balls to go. If Mona goes into the last over needing maybe 8 or 9 runs, may feel a bit of pressure. So certainly, I'm sure they'll be looking for a boundary or two before that last over begins. Need a wicket here. Yeah, that's 4. Yeah, so another 4. So pressure on Cavell now. Equation just 11 needed or 14 deliveries now for Mona to come away with this win. Impressive game this has been for Michael Clark. Took a couple. Was excellent in the field earlier. Now he's trying to wrap up this victory for Mona. Desperate for a wicket now. 11 needed, 14 deliveries to go. This one pushed away, more runs here. They'll get 1, they'll come back for 2. It's a great over there for UWI Mona. They have one handed on this title certainly now, as just an equation now. Just 9 needed in the last 13 deliveries. Well, just, my apologies, still 1 delivery left in this 18th over. Desperate for a wicket or 2 here quickly, Cavell. Marcus flicked away. Another single, so at the end of 18 overs, UWI Mona will need 8 of the last 12 deliveries. Cavell, this game slipping away from them. Stay tuned, folks. We're in for a good finish here. Need something special here now, Cavell. As Mona just need 8 of the last 12 deliveries. Still 5 wickets in hand. So struck down firmly down the ground. Does it go all the way? It does. So just 4 runs now away from victory. It's 125 for 5 now. Just 1 bong 4 away from wrapping up this win, Mona. Tough to see Cahill coming away with this victory now. This one struck down the ground. It's in the air. Will land well short of that field that long on, so another single. 3 away now from victory, Mona. Still 10 deliveries to go. So a big swing and a miss. Just one shot way onto the offside, so another single. 2 runs away now, Mona. 2 needed of the final 8 deliveries, so they should come away with this victory. Very solid innings here by Michael Clark, coming into bat with some pressure, and he delivered certainly different. This one struck down the ground. This one will complete the match, and that's it. So Michael Clark finishes off the game with a 6. He ends on 24 off just 14 deliveries. What a game for Clark. Took a couple catches earlier and stopped quite a few runs in the field as well. So UWI Mona will come away with the men's cricket title at these UWI games. They end this competition unbeaten. Cahill coming away second best. They lose this one by 5 wickets. Thank you for tuning into 360 TV. Bye for now. Good day and welcome back to 360 TV for this live coverage of Global Campus versus Five Islands. Global Campus won the toss and decided to bowl first, opening the batting for Five Islands Asher Cornelius and Dravid Richardson. Well, a popular first name there for Richardson. Almost certain he's probably named after the Indian batting great Rahul Dravid. Well, if Dravid Richardson is anything close to Rahul Dravid, well, we're in for a good show here. Extremely talented batsman Rahul Dravid in his day. So Chetan Wilson opens the bowling. So cut away, runs immediately here for Five Islands. They get 2 off the first ball. Of course, apologize for slightly late start. Some of the players got some difficulty in getting to the ground on time. We're fun running now. Struck down the ground. Just partially stopped by Wilson. It's a half chance really. Couldn't hold on though. To just push onto the offside. So a mix up there between the two. Yes, no, yes, no. Just pulling away from that shot at the last moment, Cornelius. Decent start here by Wilson. Bowling a sort of off stump line or just outside the off stump. Attempted pull shot, not where he intended it to go. So at the end of the first over, Five Islands batting first there, 3 without loss. Moses Lendo is the captain of Global for this match. This one is pulled away. Did it go all the way? Yes, it did. So 6 runs to Cornelius. First boundary of the match off the bat of Cornelius. So 9 without loss now. Javid Wilson is a new bowler for Five Islands, for Global Campus rather. Not sure if they're related, but the two Wilson players opening the bowling here. This one is pulled away. That'll be 4 more. Off to a quick start here, Cornelius. Scored all the runs so far. Not yet getting to face a delivery, Richardson. So 13 without loss. He was short and string down that leg side and just helped it on its way. There, Cornelius. 13 off 10. Of course, a lot cooler now than it was during the first game earlier today between UWI Mona and UWI Caville. So again down the leg side. Struggling to get the right line here, Javid. Sloppy feeling there. Allows the batsman to complete 2, so at the end of 2 overs, and at the end of it, UWI Five Islands being sent into bat first. Oh, my apologies, there's still one delivery to go in this over. Still not facing any deliveries just yet, Richardson. Just flicked onto the leg side. I'll finally bring it over to close, and at the end of it, Five Islands now 17 without loss. Saw some women's cricketers there doing some training as well. To Jaden Wilson starts his second over. Shock over the long on boundary. Well, seem to take a couple bounces into the fence. So yeah, good shot there by Cornelius yet again. So he races to 20. Still not facing any deliveries yet, Richardson. Just looking on at the other end so far. Swing and a miss, it gets past the keeper. So it'll sneak up by as well. Finally, Richardson will be on strike for the next ball. Try to cut that one. Richardson. Driven by Richardson, but finds the fielder. Lendor, the global captain, does the fielding. Of course, this is the debut games for Five Islands. Never competed at the U Games before. Most Five Islands are fairly new campus when you compare it to UWI Mona and Cave Hill and St. Augustine. Of course, UWI Mona was the first UWI in the Caribbean since 1948. So Richardson just gets off the mark. He's on one off. Just 3 deliveries faced. Not a bad start here by Five Islands, going along at 8 runs and over. Dot delivery to end by Wilson, so just about 5 runs off that third over at the end of 23 without loss. Looks like we're gonna have a ball and change quite quickly here. Looks like it's gonna be Zachariah and Nana. He'll bowl from the northern end of the ground. So first dose of spin in this match. Just cuts away by Richardson. Driven down the ground. Will get 4 runs. 4 more to Cornelius. Just take a look at the replay of that one. It seems to be a full pitch ball there by Nana. Half volley really outside the off stump, and that one raced along the carpet for 4. And he's bowled him. So Asher Cornelius, after a promising start, he raced to 24 of just 18 deliveries, and now he has to depart. About to say Nana is holding that ball behind his back, almost hiding the grip of the ball. So you see a lot of spinners try that, especially Sunil Narayan, former West Indies spinner. Try that. He does that very often, even still to this day when he bowls in the IPL and other franchise T20 leagues. So Nana gets the first wicket for his team. Well, a very interesting name, this new batter, Ronaldo Antigua. Of course, Antigua studies in Antigua, and of course, Five Islands, this campus is based in Antigua, so. And his first name is Ronaldo, very popular first name indeed. Not sure if he was named after Ronaldo from Brazil or Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal. Either way, he needs to step up for his team here. They need a partnership after the loss of Cornelius, who was batting well. Fairly balanced start to this game. 28 for 1 in over number 4. Five Islands batting first, being sent into bat by Global Campus. So Antigua gets ready to face. And this was a very low delivery. That pitch extremely low. Not out, says the umpire. Looked like a close shot there. They were confident. Global Campus, but not out given. Yeah, certainly pitching way outside the off stump and probably angling down the leg side. So good decision there by the umpire. That one kept a lot. This one driven, quick single taken. $29 for 1. So 29 for 1 now after 4 overs. We've Five Islands batting first in this contest against Global Campus. So we're going to see spin from both ends now. Yeah, McKaylee Worrell will be the new bowler. Driving this one onto the offside. Gets by skipper Lendo, so single to Antigua. Yeah, so it's amazing just look being around the UE games, hearing all the different accents around. Of course, Barbadian, Jamaican, Trinidadian, of course, but a lot of the small islands as well. Just pushed onto the leg side. Yeah, so no team really in this game really dominating proceedings so far. Very balanced start. This one trying to cut this one, but that one seemed to keep a bit low. Seems some uneven bonks so far in this match so far. Just one run off this over so far, bowled by Worrell. And so the dot delivery, so excellent start by Worrell. Just a single off it, and at the end of 5 overs, we 5 islands, 30 for 1. So just going along now at 6 runs and over 5 islands, 30 for 1. So Zachariah Nana, who took the first wicket, he starts his second over, just still hiding that grip behind his back. This one play on a miss by Antigua. So another play on a miss. So this one misfield there by, yeah, that's number 24, Marlon Young. So allow an extra run there, so they come back for 2 quick runs. Again, another play on a miss by Antigua. Dot balls kind of piling up now in these last couple overs. Of course, in this format of the game, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And there's a full toss by Nana, but not punished by Antigua, just hits it straight to mid-wicket. So just pushing forward to this one. So what's an over there by Nana? Just 2 runs off that over. So at the end of that brings the power play to an end as well. So bit of a slow start here for 5 islands at the end of 6 overs there. 33 for 1. So Worrell will start his second over. Just conceded 1 run in his first over, so it's very making scoring very difficult here for this Five Islands pair of Antigua and a play and a miss. Going through the overs quite quickly here. Global Commerce just this one swept. Just get a single, so single to Richardson. Yeah, both Antigua and Richardson going along quite slowly here. Antigua 4 off 11. Richardson is 3 off 12. Some driven, but so Yorker length delivery, so couldn't do much with that one. Antigua really keeping things really tight here. The Global Campus. So Jen just pushed onto the offside, another dot ball. Well, I'm averaging probably at least 20 dot balls in this innings already. Again, just cutting that one. Well fielded. Wanted a second run there. Antigua, but Richardson wasn't interested, so another tight over that one. Five Islands struggling to get a move on here. They're 35 for 1. Yeah, going through the overs quite quickly here. Zachary Nana, who took the only wicket so far for Global Campus, he will start his third over. Got a Yorker length delivery again, just kept out by Antigua. Of course, when I say Antigua, I'm not speaking of the country, I'm talking about the batsman on strike now. So it's cut away, runs here for... I thought it had a better chance. 2 runs good running there by Richardson and Antigua, so 2 more to the total. Yeah, so 38 for 1 now. Yeah, I can't help but think about all the accents I'm hearing around St. Augustine campus, and reminds me of when the popular, what's his name, I Show Speed, we did a Caribbean tour recently. He was very popular streamer. He was in many countries that he visited in the Caribbean. He would ask a lot of the people he spoke to try to slow down a bit. I can't quite understand, so I remember when he was in Jamaica, he had to ask the Jamaican guy to repeat himself, and after a while the Jamaican guy just decided to put on an American accent. Well, his version of an American accent, so Speed would understand. Yeah, we tend to talk pretty quickly in the Caribbean, especially Trinidadians and Barbadians. This one is driven, but Ken can't. Bowling a length that is very difficult to get going. Nana bowling that sort of Yorker length that makes life difficult for these batsmen. So end of another decent over for Global Campus, and now it's after 8 overs, 43 for 1. Yes, over number 9 is about to start. Worrell, like most of the bowlers so far, he's right into his third over, just conceding 3 runs. Worrell making scoring almost impossible here for Richardson and Antigua. Richardson especially really struggling here. He's 5 or 15 deliveries. Something has to give here soon, because can't continue like this. If it continue like this, they'll just get 106, and that will be a very low total. Just a 1 wicket down so far. Yeah. It's an appeal for an LBW, just a half-hearted appeal on that occasion. Struck onto the offside. Was not drop catch that one, going into the ground. Ready into over number 9 here. 5 Islands still just not even, can't get to 50 just yet. Another dot delivery. Dot balls really piling up here. 5 dot balls already in this over. This one, a player miss a missed-stumping opportunity there. And at the end of another over there by Worrell. I believe it's just a single off. Yeah, looking at that replay. Yeah, missed opportunity. Yeah, so Antigua gets a life. So Global continue to keep things very quiet here for 5 Islands. They're 44 for 1. Driven down the ground. Just be a single, a bubble there gives away another run. Not the best time for number 24 in the field. Just his name just slipped me at the moment. Goes down again to same fielder. Ken can't stop the second run. 24. That's Marlon Young. Because a lot of these players in these university teams at different stages of their careers. Some would have represented their national youth teams over the years. Like earlier we saw Antonio Morris, captain of the KFL team. He's a former national youth player for Barbados. So driven down the ground, more work to do here for Young. Better feeling this time by Young, and his teammates appreciate it because he's had a tough time down there at the long on, long off region. So picking it up cleanly there, and his teammates gave him a round of applause for that effort. That single also brought up the single for Five Islands, so 50 for 1, but we're already into over number 10, so slow progress here for Five Islands. Another play and a miss. It gets by the keeper. Yeah, well, a no ball signal as well. So free hit coming for Five Islands. So shot down the ground. Didn't get all of it, but it will land safely. Come back for 2 comfortable runs here. Our Shaquille George doing the fielding. So not a bad over for Five Islands. Yeah, more than 10 runs coming off this over bowl by Nana. So is this just the over that Five Islands was looking for? This one a chance for a run out. An appeal for a run out. Yeah, I think he's waiting for confirmation. I'm not sure. Well, the batsman seemed to injured himself. Yeah, just gonna have a look at the replay. It was a very close call here. Seems that he took off and sent back by his and injured himself there. Yeah, that's Richardson. Well, due to the injury, the players will take a short drinks break. We'll be right back. Yeah, so the players just completed a drinks break, so Richardson trying to dive to make it back to his ground. He just was confirmed that he just made it back to his crease. Yeah, so going along pretty slowly here. Still 5 islands, but they have wickets in hand. Still 9 wickets in hand, so they could afford to take a few risks. I'm almost sure they will in this as the second half of this inning starts. They'll certainly sure they'll like to get a score of at least 130, 140 batting first. If they continue at this rate, they'll just get around 115 or so. Just push down the ground. Skipper Moses Lendor, he comes into the attack now. Yeah, 58 for 1 now. Into for number 11. Yeah, just take a look at the strike rates of Richardson and Antigua. Both is going along at a wrong strike rate of around 50 or so. Yeah, that partnership coming in 30, coming up, taking up 42. Took 42 deliveries to bring up that 30-run partnership. This one attempted cut shot. So this one struck in the air, but landed safely just to the right of that field at a short extra cover position. Yeah, the fielder there was Worrell. Yeah, thought he was in with a chance for a while, Worrell, but it's on a big swing and a miss. A long stride forward there, Antigua, but seems to keep that foot down. It's on a wide down the leg side. So pushing this one down the ground. What they think of too will be a close score, and a better throw would have made that a bit more interesting, but showing a little bit more urgency and intensity now. 5 islands in the last couple overs. Really trying to get that scoreboard ticking over. Okay, that one keeping a bit low. I'll bring 11 overs to an end, and at the end of 11, 5 islands, 64 for 1. So we're going to have another bowling change. Seen coming into bowl now is Mario Vanterpook. Yeah. Vanterpool, my apologies. Mario Vanterpool. This one was almost well wide, but got some bat on it. Will go down close to the boundary. That looked like George doing the fielding. 65 for 1 now. A much slower spin bowler of Vanderpool compared to Worrell and Nana, who's also seen in this. Also just giving the ball a lot of fly. This one is in the air and he's out caught. So it was a gift really. It was a full toss when skipper Moses Lendor takes a catch. So Vanderpool breaks this partnership. He gets a wicket off his very first ball. Yeah, just have a look at that one again. Yeah, so 65 for 2 now. Yeah, it was a low full toss and struck straight to Lendo at an extra cover position, and they lose another wicket, 5 islands. Now 65 for 2. Hobson is a new batsman for 5 islands. This one pulled away, very first ball, so off the mark. With a bang there, Hobson. First ball, gets a 6, clears the square leg boundary. Yeah, that one was short and string down the leg side, really begging to be hit, that one. So is Hobson the man to sort of improve the scoring rate now for 5 islands? We'll find out. Really showing a lot of intent immediately. So down the ground, it's in the air and just over the head of skipper Lendor. So that's back-to-back 6s by Hobson. He's really showed his ball striking ability in immediately here. What an eventful over this has been. We've seen the wicket of a wicket fall and then followed by back-to-back 6s. Again, that's 6 more. So 3 6s in a row. Hobson has raced to 18 off 3 deliveries. This match has changed all of a sudden. Despite losing a wicket in that over, they increase the scoring rate quite significantly now. 83 for 2, 5 islands. So the lights are on now at the UWI spec here at the UWI St. campus. UWI Games 2026, just a few days left at these games. Blendo will start his second over, just making some adjustments to his feel. So again, keeping low. Seen a lot of uneven bonks in this match so far, so it will prove tricky as well, I'm sure, for the global batsmen. So I think maybe see that projected score 138, anything around 140, 145 maybe. Very competitive on this surface. You see, the surface seems a bit tricky, that uneven bonks, so Hobson has certainly entertained a bit. He's taken just 3 deliveries to catch up to Richardson's score of 18. What a start for Hobson. It's been quite spectacular, really. Hitting 3 sixes in his first 3 balls. So cut away, more runs here. Two more to the total. Score moves along now to 86 for 2. Five Islands starting to some momentum swinging now, despite the loss of that wicket in the last over. Hobson has come in and really changed this game. He's on 20 or 5 deliveries. Yeah, both Richardson and Hobson on 20, but it's coming very different scoring rates. Hobson 20 of just 6 deliveries. Richardson on 21 actually, Hobson on 20. Richardson bit on the slow side, he's 21 off 29. Hobson, well, if Hobson continues at this rate and he bats most of these remaining overs, they will get a very healthy total. They probably could get around the 150 mark, certainly. Five Islands. Wilson, who bowled 2 overs to start the innings, he will come back into the attack. So 90 for 2. You just feel as though momentum now going to Five Islands. And the man who has such a game a bit, it has been Hobson. Since the fall of that second wicket, he's really come to the crease and really batted very well here so far. A light fading here now at the UWI St. Augustine campus. UWI Games 2026. You tuned into 360 TV. It's a privilege to bring you these games. Of course, 10 sporting disciplines happening across venues throughout Trinidad. Of course, at least 4 of the sports being held here at the St. Augustine campus for netball as well, volleyball, table tennis, basketball and cricket, and football. So more than half of the sports taking place on the campus. Of course, swimming was held earlier this week. That was held at the National Aquatic Center in Couva, which for those listening from outside of Trinidad, that's about maybe a 35-minute drive from the St. Augustine campus. And the track and field is on tomorrow at the Hazy Crawford Stadium, which is also maybe a 20-25-minute commute from the campus. So yeah, track and field on tomorrow. That's expected to be bring some more excitement to these games. Just 2 singles off this third over, bowled by Wilson. So just pushed onto the offside. It'll bring Hobson back on strike. Yeah, smart cricket probably just to get some singles here now. Richardson and Hobson is batting at a strike rate of 300 at the moment. Son pulled away, well, attempted pull shot, but didn't get hold of it. And he's out caught, so that's the wicket there with, and he's disgusted with himself. Hobson, he punches the air in disgust. He was moving along quite quickly and really giving 5 islands the edge so far in this match. But yeah, another didn't get on top of it and just got a top edge, and the fielder. Yeah, that was number 74. Yeah, Andrew Smith running to his right from mid-off and completed a fairly comfortable catch. So Global Campus, that's a wicket if they've wanted. They get Hobson out for 21 and 5 islands now 93 for 3. Yeah, so Hobson had to depart there for a quick 21. Dequan Martin is the new batsman. He gets off the mark immediately. Martin single down to Lendo. So I'm tempted to flick that one away. Well, initially I thought it was going down the leg side, but Pius Samuels has other ideas, so another wicket goes, so 2 quick wickets falling here. Yeah, I think a better decision than I would have thought. Yeah, I think it probably would have clipped me the leg stump, so Richardson never really got into a real flow in his innings. Had a strike rate of just above 50 throughout that innings, so he has to depart now. So Global really fighting back here with 2 wickets. They get Hobson and Richardson in Quick succession now. It's 94 for 4. 5 islands. Nazar Williams has made his way, will make his way to the crease. Attempted to cut that one. Lendo starts at his third over. Slow ball on this occasion by Lendo, but that one struck down to mid-wicket for 2 more. 96 for 4. You're just pulling away from that delivery, Martin, but we wasn't ready. An appeal for an LBW, and Albani he's given, so another one goes. Falling apart here now, 5 islands. So 3 wickets falling in quick succession here. 5 islands, 96 for 5. We'll take a look at the replay of that one. Yeah, seemed pretty straight. Well, it doesn't matter so much what I think. The umpire thinks it was out, and he gave it out. So 96 for 5 now. Falling away a bit here now. A partnership between Hobson and Richardson just a short while ago was threatening to really push 5 islands total to 150, but now with wickets falling, not sure what the 5 islands team will get here now batting first. Lost 3 quick wickets. So 2 batsmen now at the crease that have not even faced a delivery, so they'll try to settle down quite quickly here. Randell Boston and Williams. Boston just making his way to the crease. Yeah, showing a lot of fly there. That one struck in the air, but it will land safely. .97 for 5. Pulling that one a bit flatter delivery. Good to see her slip in place, playing attacking cricket here. Then notice on a struck, runs here. Does it have enough on it? Yeah, just clears the rope. It seemed, yeah, 6 runs. So Good hit there by Boston. That 6 also gets 5 Islands to the 100 run mark. So still 5 overs left here. Might be in for an exciting finish to this first innings. 104 for 5 now. So McKaylee Worrell is back into the attack. Absolutely brilliant figures here by Worrell. Not among the wickets, but he's already into his 4th over and just conceding 5 runs so far. Excellent stuff here by Worrell. So that'll be 5 wides to the total. What the mark is it? Elijah Yard has had a mixed time behind the stumps for Global Campus, letting a few buys get past him, but also doing some clean work in between as well. He's trying to play on a miss and he's bowled him. So Worrell gets a wicket off his very last delivery. That was his 4th and final over, and he gets the wicket to end what has been a very great spell. Yeah, so getting another wicket there. Global Campus. This one still feel it's a balanced game, this one. No team really. Both teams have had their moments, but no team really dominating throughout so far. Daquan Yao, he makes his way to the crease. But well, the non-strike has been run out. Yeah, the bowler feel that one and just removed the bails and appeal, and he was given out. So just caught napping there a bit. Yeah, and Yao has to depart. Well. Caught sleeping there, Yao, and he has to go without facing a delivery. It's 115 for 7 now. We're into the 17th over now. Yeah, losing their way a bit now in these last few overs. 5 islands. Still 4 overs left, so if they could at least bat out these remaining 4 overs, they could probably still get up to 140, 145 possibly. Of course, Global Campus will be hoping to wrap things up here as quickly as possible. Probably just give themselves a target of maybe 125, 130. This one struck down to mid-wicket. Randall Boston still there in the middle. He's batted pretty well. This one is cut in the air. Gets a thick outside edge. Not where he intended it to go, but he'll get 4 runs. Boston. So he races to 18 now. Yeah, Boston. If he could bat these remaining overs, they could may get a pretty good total still. They could get up to at least 140, 145. Boston has hit a couple good blows. Of course, after this first innings, we're going to have a short break of about 15 minutes or so before the second innings starts. So it's just struck straight to extra cover, so and Lindor does the fielding, the Global Campus skipper. So to delivery, decent over here by bowled by Wilson. Just 6 runs coming off it so far. included the run out of. Yeah, this one's pulled away. Runs here will go all the way. That's 4 runs. So suppose what was a decent over. 10 runs coming off that over, and at the end of 17, 5 islands now. 125 for 7. Chester Scotland will get ready to face his first delivery. Just 3 overs left, 10 runs and over now. They'll be very happy with that. I'm sure 5 islands, that 10 runs and over will get them to 155. I think that will be a very competitive score on this wicket. This wicket seems to be a bit tricky to bat on. Seen some uneven bonks and so on. So of course, Global Campus trying to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. $125 for 7. And he's bowled him. So very first ball, Scotland has to go. 5 islands now, 125 for 8. Let's take a look at the replay of that dismissal. Yeah, no footwork whatsoever, just sticking his bat out, and well, he seemed in a bit of disbelief, but you gotta go, Scotland. Just look back and see his off stump disturbed there, so another wicket there for Global. They're now 125 for 8. Yes, Boston must be really eager now to get back on strike. Quite a couple wickets falling around him. So he hoping to face as many deliveries as possible. Johan C. Daniels. He makes his way to the crease. Quite slowly, might I add. Not in any real hurry to get to the crease. Daniels doesn't seem very eager. Doesn't look very confident. I'm not sure if it's lack of confidence or maybe just a bit laid back. Daniels really taking his time. Yeah, so if I'm Boston right now, I'm probably trying to tell I probably will be telling Daniels, try to get a single. Try to get me back on strike. Still 17 balls to go in this innings. A lot of runs available. Yeah, just pushing that one. And well, a direct hit. Daniels would have been heading back to the pavilion. But he does his job. Daniels gets that single. Brings Boston back on strike. So not a bad effort there by Daniels. 126 for 8 now. Struck away. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. So excellent batting here by Boston. Yeah, Boston has certainly shown his capabilities. Race of 26 now off 11 deliveries. 130 for 8. Yeah, I'm certain if Boston could stick around till the end and bat most of these remaining 15 deliveries, 145, 150 is still a possibility. So struck away. That one, does it go all the way? Not sure if it was 4 or 6. Yeah, signal 4, just landing short of the rope. So What an innings this has been by Boston. A lot of interesting surnames in this Five Islands team. Feel like it's a geography lesson. Boston is batting now. We had Antigua batting earlier. Boston 30 off 12 deliveries. This one he gets a edge and it runs down to the boundary for another 4. Five Islands players in the dugout are on their feet, most of them. They know the value of this late surge here. I think this is a very competitive total here for Five Islands. The wicket has been not the easiest to bat on. And you're seeing the value of that single as well by Daniels. He got Boston back on strike, and since coming back on strike, he's struck 3 consecutive boundaries, Boston. 138 for 8. Just pushed onto the offside. And what brilliant batting here to gets a single off the last ball, so you'll keep strike. Five Islands with a solid finish here. They're 139 for 8. Yes, so 2 overs left here in this innings. What an innings here by Boston. Really late charge here by Five Islands. At one stage it looked like they probably would have fall short of that 130, 135 mark, but they're now on to 139 and still 2 overs to go. So 150 very possible here now. Yeah, Johansen Daniels just on 1, but the value of that single he took in that last over, giving Boston back the strike, and since then Boston has hit 3 fours and a single off the last ball of the 18th over. Is he bowled? Yeah, he has to go. So not much of a celebration by the global players. They probably felt that some of the damage is already done, but Lendor gets the wicket of the dangerous Boston. Not much celebration at all. Maybe disappointed that it allowed so much runs to leak in that last over. So 9. So the last pair at the crease now, Fitzpatrick and Daniels. Oh, Cheyenne Fitzpatrick, and I recognize the name. A lot of these, really great that some of these athletes taking part in multiple sports. Fitzpatrick also took part in tennis, lawn tennis, for Five Islands team earlier this week. So he has a job to do now with the bat in hand in cricket. Well, the out first ball, so Fitzpatrick, not the contribution he would have liked to make tonight in cricket. The tennis player who also featured earlier for Five Islands, he goes first ball. So Five Islands, 139 all out. After 18.2 of us, we're going to take just about a 15-minute break or so, and we'll be right back to it to see if Global Campus looking to get to 140 for victory. So play's about to resume here at the UWI Spec. This one starts with a wide. Chester, Scotland, the opening bowler for Five Islands. Of course, Global Campus trying to get to 140 for victory. Yeah, that first inning set up by some good knocks from Boston and Hobson. Some of the other batters also got starts, but really struggling to score quickly. Shaquille George and global captain Lendo opening the batting. So and again down the leg side, so 2 wides early on here by Scotland. Of course, these UWI games not possible with all the sponsors jumping on board. See Blue Waters at the bottom of your screen there, but sponsors also include Gatorade, Nescafe, Gildas Yogurt, Sunday Ice Cream, UTC, Flavorite and Iceland, all backing the return here of these UWI games. UWI games, of course, first time these UWI games taking place since 2019. So on outside the off stump. So no runs off the bat just yet, just 2 wides to the total so far. So on another play and a miss. Attempting to drive that one, George. Lost wickets throughout their innings. Five Islands. This is first bat. Okay, so first runs now off the bat. So George gets off the mark. So Lendo will face his first delivery. So on a play and a miss again, so not a bad start by Chester, Scotland, opening the bowling for Five Islands at the end of the first over. UWI Global 3-odd loss. Nazar Williams will open the bowling from the other end. Threw it out loss. Global Campus trying to get to 140 for victory. This one cut away, but finds field at point. So the delivery here to start by Williams. Lendo just giving a few instructions to George. Not sure what the delay is about. You're just having a word with the umpire there, probably some take off his gloves and remove it, but seems he's ready to get going now again. Shaquille George. And he's bowled him. Well, it didn't make much of a difference, whatever he was trying to adjust and to his gear and so on, and had a bit of word to the umpire. He has to go now, so early breakthrough here for Five Islands. Yeah, sort of almost like an off-break delivery there by Williams. And he has to go. A 3-for-1 Global Campus. Trying to get to 140 for victory. Macaulay Worrell was excellent with the ball earlier, but now he has a job to do with the bat in hand. Yeah, so Worrell comes out to join Lendo. Three for one at the start. They would have wanted Global Campus. Perfect start here for Williams, getting a wicket off his very first over. This one a play and a miss. Outside that off stump. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think there will be at 139 was a decent score posted by Five Islands. Doesn't seem to be the easiest pitch to bat on, wicket to bat on. Saw some uneven bonks, especially from the spinners, the Global Campus spinners earlier, including Worrell. This one cut away. That's a good shot, but there's protection down on that point boundary. Just a single. Four for one in the second over. This one, yes, saw that one keeping a bit low, but spoils though. No ball signaled. So free hit coming here for skipper Lendo. Yeah, well, could result in the end, so not capitalizing on that free hit. Five for one. Shaky start here for Global Campus. That's another play and a miss, so another dot delivery that will end the second over, and at the end of 2 overs, UWI Global a similar, very slow start we saw earlier by 5 Islands, so similar pattern here now. They're 5 for 1. Single there to Lendo. Scotland has started his second over. Solid in defense. Lendo. Good line and length by Scotland, so decent start by the 2 pacers, Scotland and Williams. Really not giving away much here. We haven't seen no boundaries in this innings just yet, and it's already into the 3rd over. Pushed away, quick single here taken. I tried the stumps with a key. Well, the batsman and the keeper bounce into each other there. That's Worrell and not certain who's the wicket keeper there for 4-5 Island, trying to confirm his name for you. Yeah, so both players just a bit shaken up after that collision. Both players seem to be okay, but just taking a look at the replay of that one. Yeah, So a bit hard collision there between the two players, and both taking a while to get back on their feet. Both seem to be okay now. It's on a wide signaled. The keeper for Five Islands is Daquan Martin. This one struck in the air. Will land safely, and it goes for 4. Just one bounce into the rope. So finally, Global get their first boundary of the innings. It's a 4 coming off the bat of McKaylee Worrell. Down to the backward point boundary for 4. Twelve for 1. Global Campus, of course, trying to get to 140 for victory. Excellent delivery to end there by Scotland at the end of the 3 overs. Still all to play for here. UWI Global 13 for 1. This over number 4 has begun. So just pushed onto the offside. That's another single. So run still slow to come by here for UWI Global Campus. Just going along at about 4 runs and over. All of a sudden that target of 140 just looking a little more now, following the slow start. So on a full toss driven. There is protection down on that point boundary. Can't stop the 2 runs though. Yeah, Williams and Scotland bowling pretty well here in tandem. The 2 right-arm fast bowlers for the Five Islands team. So shock through mid-wicket. Just be a single. Shock down the ground. Sixteen for 1, UWI Global. .124 needed in 97 deliveries. So just push onto the offside, another single. So just going along at just a little over 4 runs and over. UWI Global. Five Islands keeping things tight here. Score 17 for 1 after 4. Yeah, so that required run rate just starting to inch up to 8 runs and over now. 17 for 1. Lendo, the skipper for Global, just has 4 off 9 deliveries. Worrell going along a little more quickly, 7 off 9. So just solid in defence. Bang on target there by Chester, Scotland. Another single, so just getting most of the, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, just on the 1 boundary so far in this innings. Ready into over number 5. Really keeping things quiet here. Scotland and Williams, 2 fast bowlers. Flicked away onto the leg side, should get at least a couple runs here. Well, not the best feeling effort, but Fitzpatrick now does does the cleaning up. Need a boundary or two here. UWI Global to sort of just ease the pressure just a bit. So when a Shrug runs here, they shouldn't get a boundary. Yeah, well fielded on the boundary, just so good return as well. Keeping UWI Global to just 1. No sign of spin yet for Five Islands. I'm sure they might want to continue with this pair as long as possible if Bulwell, Scotland and Williams. The dot delivery to close, so just 4 runs coming off that 5th over. UWI Global need to get a move on now there. 21 for 1. So we've seen this first bowling, she just want to shock away. Did it go all the way? I'm not sure, lands just short, so four welcome runs there, coming off the bat of Worrell. Actually, it is. Thought it was a change in bowling for a second. It is Nassar Williams starting his 3rd over. Appeal for an LBW seem to get a lot of bats on it, though. It should run away for the boundary, and it does. So 2 fours in this over so far, so excellent batting here by Worrell. He's pushed the score along to 17 or 15 deliveries. $30 for 1. A single turn into 2. I thought it would have just been 1. Yeah, so decent. Just over that, probably UWI Global were looking for to. UWI Global was looking for to sort of get back into this chase. They just moving along at 4 runs and over before this over, but Already 10 runs coming off this 6th over, last over of the power play. This one struck down the ground. This one, Sealer settles on it and takes the catch. So as soon as Worrell really went into another gear there, he loses his wicket and another wicket goes. So UWI Global now 32 for 2. Javid Wilson makes his way to the crease. $32 for 2 now. Started to fight himself. It was a good passage of play before that wicket fell for UWI Global. They struck a few couple boundaries and increased that scoring rate, but then lost the wicket of Worrell. So still anybody's game here. Of course, if you're not, Five Islands, one of the newer campuses in the region. Five Islands with their base in Antigua. Global Campus, of course, an online platform used to educate people throughout the region. This one run away to the boundary for another 4, so that eventful over this one. Although Williams got the wicket of Worrell, 3 4s coming in that 6th and final over of the power play. All to play for here still. 34 for 2. Here we'll see the dot balls already. 20 dot balls already faced. So more than half the deliveries already dot deliveries. So they'll want to try to get some more singles. UWI Global, as this innings progresses, can't afford to continue facing so many dot deliveries. But just still behind that required run rate. Yeah, so wicketkeeper Daquan just struggling to get a helmet on this occasion. Orandel Boston, who had a decent cameo earlier to help get that Five Islands total up to 139. He will come into the attack now. So cracked away. Well, there's protection there on the boundary. Will come back for 2 though. 36 for 2 now the total. Boston. And shut down the ground. Just pushed on the back foot there. Wilson just pushing that one back to Boston. So an appeal for an LBW and he's out. Stood there for a while, Wilson, but he has to go. And UWI Global now 37 for 3. So Marlon Young is the new batsman for UWI Global. Boston getting the wicket LBW. Yeah. Okay, the last wicket to fall like before wicket, Boston. So he continues his decent night here, Boston. Had a nice cameo earlier and another appeal for LBW. This one probably going down the leg side. Yeah, now signaling the umpire that it was straying down the leg side a bit. So attempted to cut that one, Young. That delivery, not yet off the mark, Marlon Young, but I'll bring the enter successful over by Orandel. So they had Orandel, you've seen if somebody scores making 35 or 15 deliveries. Earlier now he has got a wicket on his very first ball. Yeah, got a wicket of Javid Wilson in that over. 37 for 3. Yeah, so 5 islands just inching in front in this contest here. Yeah, still going just over 5 runs and over they're going at now. Into over number 8 now. This one pulled away and didn't time that one at all. Lendo. So Lendo struggling to get going here. He's now 11 or 15 deliveries. Really not finding the boundaries as he would have liked. Yeah, that required run rate now. Jumping over 8 runs and over. Hobson is into his first over. Hobson, another batsman who had a lovely cameo earlier in the night. He will be trying to get wicket to his name now. Yeah, if you just feel as though 5 islands with the momentum now, that run rate, required run rate climbing. So an appeal for an LBW. He thought he had his man, and he finally gave on. Took a while, umpire Samuels, but the finger goes. Young is a bit perplexed by the decision, but so UE Global in all sorts of trouble now. 38 for 4. Yeah, so UE Global in a real spot of bother here now. Ready into over number 8 and there. 38 for 4. That required run rate climbing at every dot delivery is now 8.16 runs and over needed. Jaden Wilson comes to the crease now to join the captain Moses Lendo. So both Hobson and Boston having excellent matches, all round games for 5 islands, both contributing with the bat and now 1 wicket apiece to them. Flighted this time and it's played straight back to him and another wicket goes. 2 in the over 4. Let's take a look at the celebrations. He goes wild here, Hobson. Large and in charge now, 5 islands. UE Global, 38 for 5. Yeah, simple caught and bowl. Chance taken by Hobson. Yeah, comfortable catch and look at this, look at him go. $39 for 5. 5 islands well in charge here now. So 2 wickets in the over so far, bowled by Hobson. What a night, what a match it has been for him. Scored more than 20 early in quick time, really giving 5 islands some momentum in their innings early, and now he's taken 2 wickets in 1 over. Falling away badly now, UE Global. Again, another batsman taking an eternity to come to the crease. Not very interested in batting. Elijah Yard, the UWI Global wicketkeeper, he comes to the crease. So Lendo, the UWI Global skipper who opened the batting, not wickets falling all around him. He himself as well, Lendo, not playing as fluently, I'm sure, as he would have liked. Desperately need a partnership now, UWI Global. Yeah, so just confirm, yeah, Five Islands not winning any matches before this match, so really on course now to win their first match. 39 for 5, UWI Global. Five Islands still 101 runs away from victory here, UWI Global, and they just have 5 wickets in hand. See the bowling figures there. Nassar, Williams and Hobson taking 2 wickets apiece. Dominant position here now, but it's not all over. But with that required run rate closing on 8.5 runs and over. Starting to get a little more challenging, a little more difficult for UWI Global. So just push forward along the surface. That's Fitzpatrick, who also represented Five Islands in tennis earlier this week. He does the fielding. Someone just solid in defense. Impressive solid defense there by Lendo, but he of course will be looking for runs in this over. Boston started another over. This one struck down the ground. Diving effort to stop that one. Boston goes down to Hobson, who does the fielding. Slow progress here for UWI Global. One driven onto the misfielded by the mid-wicket fielder. Again, just pushing forward at that one, that delivery. Oh, it's nice to see a lot of athletes from other sports tuning into the cricket here at the UWI Spec. Some of them asking us here in the commentary booth what's the score and so on, and some of the global UWI athletes very disappointed to hear that their team are now 43 for 5, trying to get to 140 for victory. UWI Global Need something special here to pull themselves out of this hole. Stay tuned. So the 10th over has just begun with UE Global. This game slipping away from them now. That required run rate closing in on 9 runs and over. Just had one solid over in this inning so far where they got around 10 runs, I believe, maybe even 12. But other than that over, it's been a bit of a struggle here for the UE Global team. Some of them have been a bit negative with the batting. Some of them probably have the mindset trying to avoid being out rather than to score runs, which is not the way to go in this format of the game with more good aggression shown there by Yard, but the shot didn't come off for him, so 2 dot balls to start this over by Hobson. Just push that one to the offside. He will get a single here, Yard, the UE Global wicketkeeper. 5 Islands well poised here to get their first win of this men's cricket tournament at the UE Games 2026. This one struck down the ground. Over 9 runs and over now, that required rate. Yeah, this partnership 6 off 13 deliveries, so it shows you how tough run scoring has been. So a play and a miss. So I'll bring the 10th over to a close and we'll have a short drinks break after 10 overs with UE Global struggling here. They're 45 for 5. plays about to resume here at the UWI Spec. This match between UWI Global and Five Islands. Five Islands, a strong position here now with UWI Global trying to get to 140 for victory there. The halfway stage at 45 for 5. So really need a couple good innings here. This one is struck away. Excellent shot there by Lendor. Lucky just to get a single. It was firmly struck, but there's protection there under cover boundary. Leaving that one outside the off stump yard. Boston has started another over. Boston and Hobson among the leading players for Five Islands in this match. Good all-round performances by those two players. Made a quick 35 earlier, Boston. So just pushing that one onto the leg side. Has to try to get a single here to get Lendo back on strike yard. He's just 2 off 10 deliveries. Starting to slip away. This one is, that required run rate is almost 10 runs and over now. Another dot delivery. That's 3 dot deliveries in a row. Gets off the mark now. Yard. Bring Lendo back on strike. It's another quiet over there by UWI Global at the end of 11, 47 for 5. You see the top summary scores there. Nassar Williams with 2 wickets along with Hobson with 2 wickets as well. Hobson starts another over. This one, again, no real intent to score here by Yard. 3 off 13. Something has to give here for Yard. He has to try to make a better effort, probably get a single to get Lendo back on strike. This one a play and a miss, so 2 dot deliveries to start this over. Another play and a miss. So Yard just barely surviving some of these deliveries. Oh, Lucky got a bat on that one. That one would have hit him plumb in front. This one again, another dot delivery. See Lendo giving Yard some instructions there. I hope he's telling him try to get a single here, Yard. We need to get a move on. 11 runs and over needed now. The swing and a miss. That brings her over to a close, and yeah, made an over. So at the end of 12 overs, UWI Global mountain to climb here now. They're 47 for 5. Boston has started another over. Lendor just a single. Has to really probably try to get a few boundaries now, Lendor, because Yada's really struggled. 3 off 18 deliveries, Yard. Of course, some of these players will be at different levels of their career. Some just playing recreationally, some former national cricketers. We saw quite a few former national cricketers on show, especially for the St. Augustine team, Mona and Cavill as well. So some teams, some players also will be much stronger players than others. Good to see 5 islands taking part in, if not all, most of these 10 sporting disciplines at the UWI Games 2026. The first time competing at the Games. And they're well on course here, 5 islands to come away with this victory. Yes, still just scoring in singles and twos here. A misfield that will bring Lendor back on strike. .91 runs needed and 44 deliveries. 12.4 runs and over needed. So struck away. Just a single. Wanted a second run there, Lendor. That single will finally bring up the 54 UWI Global, but it has come in the 13th over. The Sunnies bowl them, so Boston gets his second wicket. Bowl that one a bit quicker. Boston and Yard has to return to the pavilion, and UWI Global move a little closer to victory in this game, as UWI Global now 50 for 6. So Jace Bullock is the new batsman. Who'll be a non-strikers then to start this over. This one struck down the ground, but there's protection on the long off boundary. brilliant stuff this afternoon by both Hobson and Boston. Both with 2 wickets apiece, and both with cameos earlier to really, quick cameos to really push the 5 islands total to 139 batting first. Tall, imposing figure, Bullock. Needs a few boundaries desperately here. This one a play and a miss, and he's bowled him. So another one goes. Didn't look too comfortable in his short stay at the crease. Bullock, and he has to go now. Well, Hobson celebrates that wicket. He's probably doing his Imran Tahir celebration. He runs straight down to the boundary to celebrate that one, Hobson. So another dismissal for the left arm spinner. Yeah, didn't have a chance to get to that one. He looked the part though. Bullock, very stylish, the pads matching the helmet and so on, but didn't contribute any runs to the total, unfortunately. Yes, it was Zachariah Nana, who bowled quite well earlier. He comes to the crease now. This one is a wide down the leg side, and buys here. May go all the way, and it does. Yeah, so we were delivery there by Hobson. Fielder did give good chase for that one, but couldn't get his hands on that one. Yeah, tough to see UWI Global pulling off this one that required 113 runs and over now. Just 3 wickets in hand. Just 3 wickets, yeah, so really tough to see UWI Global pulling off, coming out of this hole. Once they could hold on here, UWI will be the first victory of the tournament for 5 islands. And just pushed along the ground onto the offside. Again, another one down that leg side. Well, not called a wide, so it probably brushed the pads, it seems. An appeal for an LBW. Just realized Hobson has a similar run, something similar in his run up to Joshua Bishop, the Barbadian cricketer who played for the Barbados Pride in the 4-day regional tournament this year. Yes, with all fans coming out to show their support at the UWI Games 2026. Tough batting another batting performance they were looking for, UWI Global. I did feel that 140 would have been a very competitive score on the surface. Saw a lot of uneven bonks earlier. It was on Shrock. Downton mid-wicket boundary, but that looks like Boston doing the fielding down there. Keep the batsman to 2. It's this one down to long on, but just be another single. Need a lot more than that. UWI Global. Global captain, UWI Global captain Moses Lendo's batted for the entire innings so far, but really hasn't found the boundaries consistently. So again, just pushed onto the offside. Yeah, so UWI Global will more than likely come out on the losing end tonight. A tough batting performance for them. They lost wickets from the very start, never really recovered. Appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire. Pulled away, runs here. Will it go all the way? Excellent fielding there. That's Hobson on the boundary. What a game for Hobson. He's taken wickets. He's contributed with the bat as well. And now he's doing quite well in the field. Chance for a catch here, but no, that goes all the way. That's 6 runs. So Lendo, the UWI Global captain, not ready to throw in the towel just yet, but be a really tough as it. That required run rate is 17 runs and over. Just need a lot more sixes to come close to this target. .67 for 7. Lendo is on, moves the score to 30, almost scoring half of his team runs tonight. Problem is he hasn't received much help at all. So struck down the ground again. That'll be 4 more. So 6 followed by a 4. So UWI Global, led by Lendo, continue to show some fight here. Still a big ask here for UWI Global. So 4 overs, just 4 overs remaining. Yeah, 71 for 7. Of course, Nana will have to try to get, certainly will be hoping to get a single here to get Lendo back on strike. This one a wide signaled. This one struck away, so we'll get at least a single here. Will bring Lendo back on strike. Struck 2 boundaries in the last over of Cornelius. Richardson is into his second over. So on a short ball, this one struck down the ground. Doesn't have enough on it, will just be a single. Still choosing not to keep strike here, Lendo. I thought he might have maybe considered turning down a couple singles. He started to hit the ball quite cleanly, but I guess he's thinking every run is valuable as well. Really tough decision for him. So pushed along the ground, and the delivery, kind of fought for the deliveries at this stage. 66 needed. Just 21 deliveries left. We'll get a single on this occasion. Over to you again, Lendo. Pull away. Does that have enough on it? Well, excellent fielding. He didn't complete the catch, but he certainly saved a couple runs there. That one probably could have gone all the way for 6, but just deciding to hit that one back. And yeah, good effort there. Actually, it was just a single taken. Not the over they need at this stage. This one is pulled away. Does it have enough on it? Just lands short of Boston there on the mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, another over they would have wanted. It's about 5 or 6 runs off that over, and at the end of 17 overs, UWI Global 77 for 7. So just 3 overs left in this match for a very, very tough ask here of UWI Global. But this one is pulled away. That will be 6 more. Not really giving it a late go here. Little Global captain Lendor. What a hit that was. And brilliant camera work as well from our very own Sachin Mohammed. $83 for 7. Still 20 runs and over needed, so yeah, 76 for 7. So my apologies, making adjustments to the score here. Lendor closing in on a half century as well now. If I was just adjusting the scores, that's not the correct score at the moment. Yeah, that's more like it. He's on 42. This one driven firmly. Will it be another boundary? It is. What a late innings fight here by the UWI Global skipper. He's on to 46 now. Here's a late comeback on. Top batting here by the UWI Global skipper. Some struck down the ground, but he'll just try to dot delivery. Still a tough ask here, but he's showing great fight here, Lendor. Really deserves a 50. This one struck down the ground, just be a single. Brings Nana back on strike. Definitely needs to get a single here. Zachariah to bring Lendor back on strike. The only chance they have any chance at all, Lendor has to face as many deliveries as possible. This one a dot delivery. Not the result UWI Global would have wanted. Another play and a miss. Back to back dot has to come off strike here. Nana, so yeah, that will bring another over to a close. So needed at least 1 or 2 more boundaries in that last over. 5 Islands still in control here. Looking to get their first win of this tournament. 5 Islands. Cornelius starts his... Sorry. Javid Richardson starts his third over. Yeah, 87 for 7. Need a boundary off almost every ball now. That's... Yeah, turning down that single. I'm surprised he didn't try this strategy a bit earlier, Lendo, but he's doing it now. Not deciding to turn down that single to keep strike. 88 for 7. So struck away. Again, just down to... Decides to take the single this time. $89 for 7, so... Down onto the leg side. They'll just get us some, yeah, 2 more to the total. So yeah, so mathematically impossible here now for UE Global to come away with this victory. Even if they get a 6 off every ball, they will fall short. 48 needed in 7 deliveries, so 5 Islands will come away with this victory. One struck down the ground, just another single, so that brings it 19 over to a close. And at the end of 19, UE Global now 93 for 7. So welcome back to the action here. This last over starting here. 2 more to the total, but of course this will all be in vain now as they still need 45 runs to get the victory here. Struck down the ground. Well, that will be a swifty Lendor. Only bright spark here for UE Global in this innings. What a knock it has been for the UE Global skipper. He started off a bit slowly, but has grown in confidence and really batting out this entire inning so far. He opened the batting, Lendor. So now flighted delivery by Cornelius. 2 more to Lendor. Actually, my apologies. I thought Lendor got to 50, but actually, score is reading still that he's on 49. So my apologies. He's still 1 away from that landmark. So not single, not taken. Just 2 deliveries to go to get to his half century. Lendor. Just want to play on a miss, or in danger of falling short of his half century here, Lendor. Some adjustments to the score. Being taken, this one is struck down the ground. He'll end another 6-4. Lendor. And what an innings it has been, but that will bring the match to a close. Ending with a half century, Lendor. So that will bring the match to a close. Lendor ending on 65 or 54 deliveries and partnership with 55 runs, but it was all in vain. UE Global ending on 106 for 7, so they lose this one by 34 runs. No, actually 35 runs. So tough. That innings never got going for UE Global. They lost a lot of wickets at the top of the order and led by strong bowling performances by Hobson. Well supported by Boston as well. Those two standout performance tonight for Five Islands. So Five Islands get their first win. So thank you for tuning into 360 TV. Good night and bye for now.